Hello.
Oh, hey, how we doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing good. I've seen better days.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I was preparing some chicken because I'm starting to get into cooking a little bit. So I took some chicken out of the freezer, and I made the mistake of packing all of the chicken together, so it's like frozen together in one big block.
Oh, yeah.
So I
Did you
went to
get
get
with skin or without?
without boneless chicken
Okay.
thighs.
Yeah.
So what I did is I went to get a serrated knife from my knife rack, to cut the chicken block up,
No. No,
and
dude.
the
Dude, you know
knife.
what?
What's up?
Okay. You put it in a Ziploc bag. You get like a Tupperware or like a large metal bowl and you fill it with like room temperature water
Yes, yes.
and you put
Okay,
the
so the
chicken in
thing
the
was
water. That's
the
what you do.
chicken was frozen too big of a block because I got like a 4 by 4 of chicken thighs, and it didn't fit in the Ziploc bag. Anyway, the whole point of the story was I went to get a serrated knife to try and cut it because I didn't know what else to do, and the knife was stuck in the knife rack, and you
I
can
can,
tell
s-
where the story's going.
yeah, I
Yeah.
know exactly where this is going. Yeah.
So
And then
I cut my thumb pretty bad yesterday.
All right, and then you went to the Canadian hospital, and then they're like, "Oh, have you considered assisted suicide?"
Yeah.
Yeah, here. So what you do, you take the knife instead of your thumb. Okay, you see these veins right here.
Oh
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
you don't cut across, you cut along the veins.
Ah,
Okay,
yes. Hold up.
yeah,
It's
because
is a cross for show is down for results.
yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
100%.
yeah,
Oh man.
um,
But yeah, so that's what I was doing. It's my thumb too. Good thing is like it's the side of my thumb that doesn't type on my keyboard, but like I'm just going around the house doing shit and like I have no idea that I just instinctively apply pressure
yeah.
to that
Oh
side of
yeah.
my thumb and I just sort of
I get from jujitsu, I'll get my fingers and toes bent quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
Um, and you don't realize how much you depend on your toes until like your toe gets cut or your toe gets all bent out of shape or something, and it's like, oh, like I basically just can't walk, or it's almost as debilitating as like having a broken leg. I've had a sprained ankle and it was less of an imposition than than having just like a cut on the bottom of my big toe.
Oh, I know. So when I was 5, I don't remember how it happened. I think my parents convinced me to do it, but I did ballet for a little bit. And yeah, as funny as that sounds,
I mean, the thing is,
it
ballet is
gives
like
you a
really,
lot of flexibility if you do it as a kid.
yes,
And
it's
I have
really,
a
yeah,
lot more steady on my feet than I used to, like just than the average person. I've definitely noticed.
yeah,
And I trust me, I noticed that like I'm a lot more front footed than the average person as well. So pivoting with my toes and such. So yeah, as feminine as ballet sounds,
no, no,
football
no, no,
players do it for a reason. Like it
yeah,
definitely adds some limberness to you.
yeah. I always thought football players should do grappling sports, and then I realized there's a couple problems with that. Number one, in football, there's all these rules about where you can and can't grab on the jersey. So, like in grappling sports, you just grab whatever is available, and the goal is
Right.
to hurt people.
Yeah.
So, so, and also like professional athletes, they have all of these rules built into their contract. Like, good, probably third to a quarter of their quarter to a third of their contract is just you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do that because they don't want the players to get injured anywhere other than on the field. So, let's see. Let me pull up the lesson that I wrote. All right. See, I actually did some prep work this time instead of just winging it. So this will either be a disaster because I made it way too hard, or it'll be way too easy. It'll be one of the two. Does your mic still work? I can't hear you.
Oh, I muted it. Yeah, we're gonna
Oh,
find
okay.
out.
Okay. Um, do you have the Linux VM going?
Do I have the Linux VM going? Yes, I do. Share. Oh, it's not going to let me share just the VM. I have to share my screen. That's fine.
That's fine.
Oh, yeah, it will. Look at that. Okay, never mind. Here we go.
It's in the research wiki, and it's in I made a page called Jeff Coding Lessons.
Oh, boy. I want this off my screen. There we go. MILF ERL, and then I paste it in here.
Not quite, because Vim is going. So hit Control P in Vim. Control P. So what that does is it will turn off all the auto indentation. Now go into insert mode. Control Shift V to paste. Okay, and then hit escape. Control P again to get out of paste mode. Okay, now go back to the top of the file. So basically, the last session, number one, it was rushed, and number two, I didn't look at the problems beforehand, and it wasn't necessarily that they were hard, but they were exercises that made a lot of sense if you were doing Java or Python, but in Erlang, I don't know how to explain it. They require. Okay, the exercises make sense if you were to structure your logic the way that you would normally structure your logic in a Java program. They're kind of
Hmm.
awkward and weird if you're writing a functional program. It's not like they're not doable, but they're really unintuitive and kind of clunky. And they also, like, that's not really, you know, find, the first instance of an X followed by an X in a string. Sometimes you will do something like that, but it's not super common. This is teaching more in the way of fundamental skills. Okay, so :W to save. Okay, so essentially, you remember where I was having you use, lists : this. Remember that? Lists : for each, or lists : map, or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
And the problem with that approach is that, like, you just learn that the standard library are these magical functions that just do these things, and you have no idea what's going on. And instead, what I'm going to do in this here is we're not using the standard library pretty much at all. We're just using sort of fundamental features of the language. So I implemented map for you, lists : map, just to show you how that would work. Just take a look at that and tell me, okay, does that kind of make sense?
All right. Spec map A to B, A's to B's. Okay. When A to B, should A leads to B, A's, any B's, any A's is a list of A's, B's is a list of B's. Map A to B, A's, case of A's, this A, rest, this B equals A to B, this A. Okay.
Super simple, right?
Yes.
This is essentially what lists : map does under the hood. That's it. It's really exactly that complicated. Now, in reality, lists : map actually is written in C, and so it's a lot faster than this. This is going to be a bit slower than lists : map, because lists : map, a lot of the standard library functions are implemented in C, so that they're a lot faster and they can avoid sort of the unnecessary overhead of running all of the code in Erlang.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's going on here. All right. And then I wrote lists colon all, and then the rest of them are exercises. So let's look at lists colon all.
Lists colon all. Is that just down
No.
here?
No. All. It's the one that's right on. There you go. That one.
Okay.
Oh, the lines are a little too long. So either make the window larger or the font smaller. Up to you.
Okay. Come on, work with me here.
If you just control and scroll, then it should just. Try grabbing the like bottom corner of the window. That's really annoying. Okay, there we go. So what do you think this function does?
Checks a condition for each item in the list.
And it returns true if the condition is true for every single item in the list, and it returns false if there's a single counter example.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is this all making sense?
Yes, and the condition is an argument. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, in Erlang they usually call them predicates or something like that. I don't remember, but I just called it condition. All right. So the first exercise is very, very similar, and it is to implement any, which is tests if the condition is true for any element in the list. And the underscores are there because I made a bunch of syntax errors when I wrote this, and I wanted to get rid of the warnings about unused variable names. So before you actually start writing, you should delete those underscores.
Okay, how do I start a new tab again, or do I just start writing in here?
I would just start writing in there if I were you, but it's up
Okay.
to you. Hi, sweetie. Are you being needy? Hi. Hi.
Okay, so haven't you written it all out for me, or what am I writing here? Am I just inputting?
So you're gonna write any two arguments will just throw an error. So you need to change the definition of any so that it is a function that works. Does that make sense?
Okay.
And then I would maybe in the other terminal window open up, cd change directory into the directory that you're in, and then, open up an Erlang shell so you can test these. I didn't test the ones that I wrote to see if they actually worked. So that might be a good starting point.
So what?
C,
CD.
it's src/cb, I think, is where we are. src/cb. There we go. Hi. Hey, sweetie. If it would be easier for you, you could start over and just write a new function. But I would just, yep.
Fuck, what is it to delete again?
It's X to delete a single character.
Right.
There. Yeah, I forgot the first like 10 minutes are going to be you relearning Vim every time till you
Yeah,
get it.
unfortunately. Okay.
And then CC if you want to change the line.
No, I'm just thinking right now.
If you want a hint, let me know. Hi.
I mean, I don't really have any immediate idea of how to go about this.
So there's two approaches that are kind of obvious to me. One approach would be it's almost exactly the same as lists colon all. You see where all, as soon as it finds a single example where the condition is false, it immediately goes to false.
Mm-hmm.
And if as soon as it finds if it's true, it just goes on to the rest of the list.
So it's the other way around then?
Yeah. So I wrote it as two different clauses of the function. I did what I called function head matching. You could just do it as a case statement. So you could do case list of empty list or item prepended under the rest. Hi. Hi. Oh, all right.
Okay. Yeah, because you wrote this a little differently than all, so maybe that's what's confusing me. So I guess it would be easier to know what it's supposed to do. Like, okay, so I'm confused about what exactly like what argument would you put in condition to make this work? Like a
Okay.
letter?
Let me open up in the other terminal. Open up ERL.
Or is it just how do I do that?
ERL. Type
Just
ERL and hit
euro.
enter. No, not ERL dot ERL. There you go. First, let's make sure this compiles. Type C of ML, C open paren MILF close paren period. Okay. Type. I chose function names that are the same as in the lists module. So do write is even ISEVEN. No. Camel case capital. Okay, equals FUN open paren n close paren goes to n rem2 equals colon equals 0. Space END period. Okay, now that's just a function that you're defining in line. So type is even of 3 and is even of 4. Period. And then is even of 4. Does that make sense? So now
Yeah.
do lists colon any, lowercase lists, open paren, is even, comma, and then a list of numbers.
Okay.
Close paren, period. You forgot a close paren. There you go. Does that make sense? This is how you would call it.
Yes. Yes.
I should have put examples in every single function.
So yeah, is even being like a function or like an
It's a condition.
argument, a
Yeah.
condition, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. You
Okay.
pass in the function as an argument.
I see. Okay. And sorry, there's going to be a lot of basic questions today. What is a Boolean again?
Boolean is true or false.
Okay, yes, got it.
This is your third coding lesson, so basic questions are to be expected.
Unconditioned fun A is okay.
Yeah, that notation is kind of weird, but that basically is a type that is a function that given a single argument of type A returns a Boolean. So you see how with all, you can try lists colon all to see how that would work.
What do these two colons do?
That just means condition is of type a function that takes A to a Boolean.
Okay. Right, right. Okay. Got it.
The type spec is purely there so that you know what to expect. It is not it doesn't have any practical effect in Erlang on how the code actually works. So if you try to pass something that's the wrong type, it's not going to error.
Right. Right. Okay.
There is a different program called Dialyzer, which will read the type specs and read your code and try to find if you have type errors. But that's not enforced by Erlang the language. That's a secondary tool.
Okay.
Are you just unable to get comfortable? What is your deal? All right. Anytime you want a hint, just ask.
Mm-hmm.
Cutie. Oh. Um, is anyone up right now? Oh, it's Saturday in the Eastern Hemisphere, isn't it?
It'll be Saturday morning coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, so probably Craig and Jarvis aren't going to be wanting to join.
Craig might if he's not busy, but probably not. You're right. Okay. So I think, feel like I'm overcomplicating this.
A little bit. You're probably trying to solve the whole problem and at once. So like notice you have condition is true for any item. Well, that's what you're trying to figure out. So you want to reduce your problem down to smaller problems. In particular, you want to split the problem into, generally speaking, almost always you want to split your problem into different cases. One of them is going to be super trivial, and then one of them is going to be a little bit more complicated. Another trick is to think about what happens to consider what happens. Okay, I give it an empty list. I give it a list with one item. I give it a list with two items. So what should here's an interesting question. What should any of is even an empty return? Empty list.
Is even empty list should return, I guess, true because an empty list is 0 and 0 is technically even.
No.
That's a little bit of a stretch. It should just return false.
Yes, because there is no element in the list for which the condition is true.
Okay, so
So I would case split on list. You can either do it in function heads or with a case statement. It's up to you. You seem to have an easier time with case statements.
okay, so I can't do case. Like that?
Not quite. So uh, I
Oh,
think what you want to
false.
do, you want, well, you want sure. I think what you want to do is case list of is what you're trying to write. Look at map on the in the Firefox browser. You see how it's doing case A's of. I think you probably want something like that. So case list of.
Case list, not the condition. I guess any condition, right? Case list of empty list
Yeah, so that's the case you should eliminate first.
will return false.
There you go.
Okay.
Then you semicolon.
Semicolon.
Yeah,
Okay.
different disjoint case statements should be separated by semicolons.
Okay.
And then the other case is it's an item prepended onto the rest of the list.
Item prepended onto the rest of the list.
You
Okay.
see this a pipe rest? You probably want something like that.
Okay. So what? Underscore pipe rest.
Sure. Underscore means that value is going to be ignored. So given that you're going to test the condition on that item, you probably don't want to ignore it.
Right. Okay.
It doesn't matter what you call it. You can call it, bananas. You can call it kittens.
Right. Yeah. Let's not continue my streak of shitty naming. Okay.
Well, I mean, I think your names are fun, but
Yeah. Fair enough. I get more confident. I'll write more funny names. Okay. This item rest leads to. Wait. Okay. No, not leads to.
no, that's correct. Why'd you say not leads to? Why'd you think that?
Because don't we have to figure out if it's going to meet the condition first?
Well, that's what you're supposed to do inside the leads to.
Oh, okay. Sure. So,
I'm sorry, sweetie.
Yeah.
That's not valid syntax, but the idea that you're getting at is correct. You want to do case condition of this item of, because you want a case split based on whether condition of this item is true or false.
Okay. A case split inside a case split.
Yeah, so this is why we do the function head matching, is because we don't like sawtoothy code, but it's that's the least of your problems right now. It's
Okay.
writing.
Case condition. This item equals true leads to true.
Well, it's of case condition this item of, and then and a new indent.
Okay.
By the way, you can type, I think it's ZZ to center the current line on the screen in normal mode. There you go.
Amazing. Okay.
So condition of this item, it's going to be a Boolean, right?
Yeah.
So there's two possible values it can take. So what I would write out true goes to and false goes to, and then write each of those cases separately. And think about what are you going to do if the condition's true, and what are you going to do if the condition's false?
Well, true is easy. That's the easy part. So
Yeah.
false leads to. Then we need to check. So I need to do some sort of recursive
Yeah,
magic
so
here.
you're gonna need to call back into any.
And then hold on. Condition has already been declared, but I can just write that in anyway.
Yeah, it's not going to be redeclared so a new function call is going to have a completely new context. It's when you're inside the function, it's as if whatever variables were declared before just don't exist. So the only variables that are in scope inside the function are whatever the arguments are.
If I type rest, that's going to be the rest of the list
Correct.
minus this
Yes.
item, so that should work.
Yes. And you need an end and some semicolons, but yeah, you've got the correct
All
idea.
right, so semicolons you said for each case.
Except for the last one. The last one ends with end. So an end is like the semicolon, but for I'm done. There are no more cases. Semicolon means this case is over with and there are more cases. End means there are no more cases.
Okay.
And then you also need an end for the outer case.
Right. That's technically not true, actually. I'm going to fix that up, make that look nicer.
And the period means end of the function. So there you go.
Ta-da!
There you go. And then compile it and see if it worked. Or save, compile, see if it, well,
Oh boy. Okay. Right. No, 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 no.
there you go. You're learning the ways of people who are too cool to use the mouse.
Is it milf.earl or just milf?
MILF, it's the module name.
Okay.
This is something about Erlang that's over-engineered, is that the file name has to match the module name, and you also have to declare the module name.
Okay. Give me a list.
Try empty list first.
Of course, he gives me empty list. False.
Perfect.
Well, that's simple. Yeah. Okay.
Now
Give me another
try
list.
just try a list of one item. Well,
That's yep, yep, yeah. I didn't put it in a list. Okay. Hello. There we go. False. Okay.
now try a list with a single even element, just maybe 10 or 0 or 2 or whatever. Doesn't matter. There you go.
Okay.
Now try a few different elements. Make sure your recursion works.
1, 3, 5, 6, 9.
Sure, try that.
True.
And
Okay.
also try one where none of them are even. So a long list where none of them are even. Yeah.
False.
Perfect.
Okay.
That works. All right, cool. We got the first exercise done. All right.
Yay. All right.
All right. Let's try reverse. So maybe read the comments that I wrote.
Or what's an aridity?
Arity means the number of arguments the function takes.
Okay.
So look in Firefox. You see how where here I explicitly exported all of the scroll to the top of the file. You see how it has export and every function has a slash and a number. That's notation for function named map that takes 2 arguments.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, and so functions that have the same name but different arities are entirely different. Like I said, entirely different functions as far as Erlang is concerned.
Okay.
One sec, I gotta get my my nose condoms. One sec. I buy so much Sudafed, I'm sure I'm on the DEA watch list. This is the first time I've gotten sick in like, God, a year probably.
But I don't remember the last time I was sick. It's probably a good thing.
I don't know. Well, when I started doing jiu-jitsu, I got really sick. And I was sick for like 8 weeks. Like lost my voice and everything.
Oh shit.
Second. Okay, let me write down what I've taken. This is what happens when I get sick, is that I can't remember, because some of the medications last 4 hours, some of them last 6 hours. So it's 12.
Okay. So
Yeah, so basically the accumulator, this is how we do state. in a functional language. So in Erlang, remember how we have single assignment?
Mm-hmm.
So what that means is that if you have to have a value that you keep changing, the only way to do that is to call back into the function with the new value. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So why do you have two different versions, one with one input and one with two?
Because there's no way to do it with just one input. Because you have to keep the reverse list. You have to basically, in order to reverse the list, what you do is you have the original list, and then you start a new list, which is going to be the reversed list, and then each element you prepend. So look at the call chain that I gave. So this is
Right.
tricky to think
Okay.
through.
Yeah. It's calling this function down here. Okay.
Yes, and actually, I didn't know this until I looked at it. If you go back to the research mega doc, the Jeff coding lessons.md, that file, or go back up. Look at Erlang lists module documentation. Open that in a new tab. Scroll down to reverse. We're not implementing all of these. Notice that it actually exports two, reverse list and reverse two. So it's apparently a common thing for exactly the way that reverse two works here, which is I want to reverse this list, and then I want the second argument to be the tail of the list, which is already how list colon reverse works. So if we're doing this properly, you would also export reverse two. But reverse one just calls reverse two. But
So
the tail.
if you export reverse one, you have to it won't work unless you also export reverse two.
No. You don't have to export reverse two. I was just commenting that uh, that in Erlang, the Erlang standard library also has what I wrote as reverse two there
Okay.
as part of its standard library, which I thought was interesting, and I didn't know that until I wrote out these exercises. But so anyway, this is a common pattern. I want to reverse a list. Now internally, that's going to need a bunch of state. So you basically, the way reverse one works is it says reverse, it calls reverse two, and basically it calls it with the initial state. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Do do do.
So the way that I would do this, first of all, delete all of the underscores. Okay, I don't know how to explain this. So when I was writing this, if I didn't put those underscores in, I would get a shitload of warnings about unused variables, and so I put the underscores in to turn off those warnings because I had actual errors. And I didn't want to give you a file with a bunch of syntax errors in it. But and I couldn't figure out how to turn off those warnings. And also, it's not a good idea to turn off those warnings in general. So,
How do I
hi.
add how do I start it's O, right? No? Yeah, it is
Yep,
O.
there you go.
Okay.
And then if you hit tab,
Yes.
there we go. So what I would say here is new reversed list is equal to what?
Hmm.
Literally call it new new reversed list. Yeah. You can't reassign reversed lists. So reversed list is what it is. So
Excuse
Hit A.
me.
It's funny to hear when when idioms or weird things from my family leak out into other people. So like for instance, my father, oh, what was it called? My father was an anthropologist, and he in order to illustrate something, he was when he wanted to scare me when I was a little kid, he would tell me about how the snurdwumps or something were coming to get me.
Hmm.
And one of his students, like he used that as an example at a talk or something about snurdwumps, and somebody thought it was funny and put it into a paper, and then long story, that became like some weird esoteric technical term in anthropology now.
Oh wow.
And so the getting angry at something and yelling "excuse me," that's a catchphrase of someone in my family who I'm not going to disclose, but
Oh,
I
fair
started
enough.
doing that, and I think Craig started doing that, and then probably you picked it up from him,
I
or
don't
maybe.
recall. I maybe subconsciously. I don't recall consciously picking that up.
But
Um. Okay, so new reverse list I can't do because my instinct is I want to do like how do I
yeah,
append or prepend to a list? Because that's really the money here
so is equal to
is equal to
open paren. It's exactly the same syntax as matching.
matching.
It's
What I just
exactly the item pipe rest. So it's item pipe reverse list.
no, that would just recreate the same list, wouldn't it?
If you did item pipe rest, yes, but item pipe reverse list will do item prepended onto reversed list. And then you want
Oh,
squares, not round parens.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down right now. Okay,
And then you need a comma for there you go. And
okay.
then
Wait, do I need a comma? I guess I do, yeah.
yeah, comma means that um okay, the way that I think about it, comma means and, semicolon means or, and period means I'm done. And then end means I'm done with like whatever like little sub thing I'm doing. So fun ends with end, if ends with end, case ends with end.
Right, right, right. Okay,
You can use periods there because period means end of the function definition.
okay.
This will be intuitive to you when you get good enough that we can write parsers, and then you'll understand. Oh, okay, syntax is just tricky.
Okay, okay, okay. Don't tell me. Give me a second. And then we need to call reverse
There you go.
rest. Just like that?
Not quite, because that will just yeah
Start
you
anew. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. I don't do reverse list, do I?
Not quite. Why did you create that variable before? Just in the line above where you're currently editing.
Reverse list because that's the reversed list
Yeah,
of
it's going to be what you call what it that space. So you think of reverse list as state, and then the new state in the next call is going to be new reversed list. So when you're making the next call, what do you pass in as the state as far as the next call is concerned?
new reverse list.
Yep, there you go. Think about, see that comment I wrote about reverse of that? We'll go to reverse of B, C, D, and A. So new reverse list. So if you think about it, if you call reverse with A, B, C, and D, it'll match on item pipe rest, and item will be A and rest will be B, C, D.
Uh
So
huh.
you'll call reverse of B, C, D with A. New reverse list will be the list containing just A.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted to make sense in my brain before I continue, and it just like the chain of logic is not computing. Okay.
What's not computing? Can you try to articulate, or is it just you don't understand what you don't understand?
No, okay. So reverse list calls reverse list empty list. Reverse list empty list is list reverse list. In the case of list, item rest, okay, yeah, of the list leads to new reverse list equals item prepended onto reverse list.
You could call reverse list old reverse list if that might make it a little easier.
Okay, wait a second. So we've taken it, the first item, and prepended it onto first list.
You
This is
might
not
it
fun.
might be it might be
Like I
easy
know, like
to
I know what to do because you told me to do it. I'm just like trying to digest it so that I can do this again in the future.
I think repetition will help more than I don't think it's wrong for you to what's the word? To dwell on this specific situation, but it okay. Okay, so I've been where you are, And the problem is that in your head, you think this is some crazy complicated thing, and it's actually really, really, really simple. And you're trying to understand it as some weird, complicated, crazy jujitsu thing. And like, no, you just need to realize this is really like a simple, dumb, super straightforward thing. And it's not complicated at all.
That doesn't help. Okay.
Okay, you know how like when you tried to understand like compound interest for the first time?
Yeah, that sort of just came intuitively.
Well, you know, it's funny. I remember one time trying to explain to my father the concept of like non-compound interest, like a flat interest rate, and he like, and keep in mind, my father had a PhD from Harvard, and he like couldn't, he could not wrap his head around the concept of like non-recursive interest.
Huh.
But compound interest is a recursive concept, right?
Yeah.
Because you have the interest, and then that the the new balance is the new principle from on which interest is applied. It's the same sort of concept. Also, this time that you're spending, here's how it's going to work. You're going to spend a lot of time banging your head and trying to wrap your head around this, and it's just not going to make sense. And you're going to go, "What the fuck?" And then what happens with me and with most programmers is you're going to spend a lot of time banging your head against this and not understanding it, and then you're going to go to sleep and you're going to have a dream where like the concepts all just kind of arrange themselves in your head, and then you're going to wake up and you're going to go, "Oh, okay, I got it."
Okay.
Then you need a semicolon for there's another case.
Cases
Okay,
if there's nothing
now,
left, it ends. Okay.
yes. So what happens if you're reversing an empty list? What? Why are you calling IO format?
If I'm reversing an empty list, I just want to type that, hey, your list is empty, ding dong, put a list in.
Well, reversing the empty list should just return the empty list in general. But in this case, look at the comment that I wrote and what happens when you get reverse of empty list and a tail.
I don't know. I don't know what in your comment. Which comment are you referring to?
The one that's right above the case list of.
You just there's it's finished, right?
Yeah, you're finished. And then what do you return when you're finished? Can you hit Control X to turn on line numbers? You might need to go. Oh, no, hit Escape. Hit Control X. There you go. So the on line 104. 104 and
Okay.
104.
You want to post the reverse list.
Yes. Yeah, and that's it. No, you don't need a semicolon because that's the last case. It's really the semicolon thing is really annoying. I'm sorry. It just is what it is.
Oh, Okay, makes sense.
All right. Save and make sure it works.
What?
You hit tab, that's why. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get. Oh wait, no, I still have some tea. I'm gonna throw this bottle away though.
You dare?
There you go.
Hmm.
You seem unimpressed.
Yeah, it's okay. Um,
Why are you unimpressed?
so I didn't do that by myself. Anyway,
Well, don't worry. There's tons of other exercises.
okay.
See, now that you're familiar with the pattern of keeping an accumulator, let's try a slightly harder problem.
Hey, you're quoting your comments.
Yeah. Oh wait, you're not familiar with my subcontinental alter ego. One of his one of his one of his here, let me just find an example. Sweetie, do you realize how disruptive you're being? Here, you can be up there. She's not happy with being up there.
This is just the two previous ones combined, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I would write it by hand. I wouldn't. So the reason I had you write reverse, you'll figure it out. Here, you figure it out. That'll be more valuable than me telling you stuff. And also, you won't be disappointed. Not right now. I'm sending you a PDF file for you to look at later. So this weird notation that you have where you always want to do condition of item equals true, that's totally fine to do. What I would recommend is just putting that in a comment and work out in a comment how you like put percent signs in front of the line, and then that way you're not fighting both. You're not having to do both. How do how do I solve this problem, and then how do I express this solution in this language? Maybe separate those out into separate problems, or solve it, or like
Um,
write it down on a piece of paper.
so you're saying case item of
Not item. It would be, well, okay.
case item of item true, false?
Your concept of if the condition on the item is true, then I do something, and if it's false, then I do something else. That's correct. So okay, what you wrote before, condition of item equals true goes to something else. That's that's great in terms of expressing that that's the correct way to solve the problem conceptually,
Hmm.
and it isn't valid Erlang syntax. And what I'm saying is do that, write all that out in your own personal little, however you want to express it in your notation. Just put that in a comment, put percent signs in front of it, of the lines, so that you don't get syntax errors.
Okay.
You hate this? Once you get to a skill level where I would say in probably two or three more of these, if you can tolerate that, we can start writing programs that are actually going to be fun.
Yay. Well, this isn't fun? What do you mean?
It's fun for me, um, but like, okay, so a simple thing we could write is like a tic-tac-toe game.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, stuff like ultimately what here's the thing. Like there's the quote optimal path in terms of like learning the concepts most quickly, but like what is optimal is what you're like actually motivated to do. People have the same problem with workouts where they're like, I'm gonna get up at 5 in the morning and drink, raw eggs and then go for a 20-mile run, and I'm gonna start doing this in January. And I live in, Maine.
Hmm.
That's going to be a sustainable solution. I'm going to do that every single day. And after about 3 days, you're like, no. So this is why people don't stick with their New Year's resolutions, is they try to bite off way more than they can chew. And like the correct approach is what is something I can do that I actually enjoy doing, and you start with something small. This is why like Jordan Peterson's whole thing is clean your room. Like start with something that's small, that is doable, that is actually going to like meaningfully improve your life. So that was why I'm only doing this once a week and not making you do this 6 times a week. I promise programming eventually is fun. I agree that this shit isn't very fun, but it does get more fun.
I wouldn't mind doing it more than once a week because I sort of like forget a lot of the stuff that I was
Yeah,
doing by the time the
I've
week comes
noticed that.
around.
I've noticed that. So maybe we'll do. You know what we could do. We could continue doing this one on Friday, and then that would just be you and me. And then maybe we could do one on like Monday or Tuesday, um, and we could involve the other guys, and
Sure.
then Craig can distract us. Um, oh, what's going on?
Yeah, why not?
Um, yeah, that's a good idea. Because I do notice that like the first 20, 30 minutes of it is like you trying to remember how to use Vim.
So condition item is a Boolean. right? It's going to return a Boolean regardless.
Correct. Yes.
So should I do case condition item of?
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
And if it's true, then we're going to
Here's a hint. So, oh, wait, if you don't, I'm not going to give you a hint. No hint, unless you ask. Also, don't be afraid to get things wrong. That's a big thing. One of my, I don't know if you've read Nassim Taleb at all, but one of his really interesting ideas is that in general, um, negative information about what is wrong, is much more concrete than information about what is right. So if you want marriage advice, you're actually going to get more mileage talking to the guy who's been divorced 5 times than you will out of the dude who's been married for 30 years. The guy who's been married for 30 years has no idea why his marriage is successful, but the guy who's been divorced 5 times knows a lot about how how marriages fail, and he's going to be able to give you much more useful information.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So I need to make a new function in here. How do I delete this line? There we go.
Yeah.
Nope, no. Okay. See, intuitively, J should be up and H should or K should be down.
Yeah,
Uh,
that does kind of make more sense. I don't know.
Whatever. I'm just
If
gonna have to get used to it.
if Vim is annoying you, it's totally fine for us to switch to a different editor like gedit and then circle back at some point in the future to learning Vim. Because there's kind of three different things that you're trying to learn all at once. You're trying to learn Erlang, you're trying to learn how to program, and then you're trying to learn how to use Vim. So basically, like anytime you want to express something, there's three different barriers. There's how do I even how do I even know what I want to express? Then how do I express that in the syntax of the language? That's another barrier that's going to introduce a bunch of frustration. And then there's how do I even fucking type it into the computer, which is
Well,
Vim.
typing it, I can sort of muscle my way past that. Learning
Oh,
the idiosyncrasy of how to do it efficiently, I'm just sort of like is a tertiary concern of mine at the moment. Okay. Condition list blank. Okay. No.
you got it. Holy shit.
Hmm.
Bro. Sorry, you were having trouble with your keyboard, and I was going to send you a link to the one I have. Dude, bro, when I bought it, it was $80, and now it's 200.
Oh boy.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, I mean, I would definitely pay $200 for this keyboard. Um,
I don't even know that I could on my Mac.
no, they have some with Mac keys,
Well, it's not even
and all.
that. It's that I only have two USB-Cs, and right now one of them is for my mouse and the other's for my headphones.
Why don't you just buy a hub?
A hub. What is a hub?
It's like you know how like you plug. It's like a power strip for USB ports.
Oh, I didn't know those existed.
Yeah, you don't want to buy a cheap one because they're not going to because what the hub is doing is just uh, context switching between the different USBs. So if it's something that like has a really high
I'm
throughput,
not having trouble with my keyboard. I'm having like honestly, it's that I own three different fucking keyboards for three different computers. Is realistically what
oh,
it is, and I don't use this computer enough.
oh, I see.
So I
I
have a
didn't know
Mac
you had a.
keyboard, I have a Windows laptop keyboard, and then I have a full Logitech keyboard for my now mining computer. Okay, sorry, I got distracted.
That's
Um,
okay.
no, this is wrong because the first argument is the condition. Oh, okay. Condition rest. Okay. There. That's it. That's my attempt. And now we gotta
That is
write it.
ve- that is very very close. You got to fix some syntax errors and then and try. So if you fix your syntax errors and then try running it, you're gonna run into a couple issues, and let's see how and then um, we'll see from the incorrect results if you can figure out what mistake you made.
I was saying there's an error on 125.
125.
Undefined. Did you mean filter
Here,
with two
filter slash
arguments?
three.
Did you not
Oh, okay.
export
So
filter type 3?
no 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 no. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Go back, go back. Calm down. The reason that you are getting filter 3 undefined, look at the previous error. You have a syntax error in your definition of filter 3.
Right.
And so therefore, as far as Erlang is concerned, that function didn't get defined. And then when you call it, it's going, hey, this function doesn't exist. Um, Syntax error on 132. Okay, the reason is because you put a semicolon at the end of 131.
So I'm supposed to what? Put a comma?
Sure. But I'm curious what. Okay, you'll figure it out. It's better if you spend your time fighting this.
You assume was better for me. Um, Error 136. A end as a period. So it's supposed to. Stupid thing.
On 136.
Is it because I need a comma
Let
for?
me. Oh no, you didn't. You didn't end case with end. You didn't end the inner case. You put a semicolon. So you see how you started two case statements. Case always has to end
Yes,
with
yes,
end.
yes, yes,
So
yes.
so that on 134, it thinks it's part of the inner case statement, and then that end on 136 ends the inner case statement, and then you never ended the outer case statement.
Don't fuck with me. Okay.
Can you imagine trying to teach Vim to Greg?
To Greg? Yeah, no. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. I'm turning into Greg looking at this. Okay.
Yeah. No, I completely understand Greg with his frustration with computers. It's just funny.
No, now there are more errors. Oh, there's not supposed to be a
Uh,
period. Okay, okay, okay. I'm sorry. No period. A syntax error before end. Is there supposed to be a comma here? I think we already established that. So what's the difference between a comma and a semicolon again?
Semicolon means or, comma means and. Comma is um like I have. So comma means do this, then do this.
Okay.
Semicolon means do this or do the next thing, essentially. But semicolon ends a clause of the case statement. That's what like one of the possible cases is. It's called a clause. Um, so semicolon ends a clause. Comma is a continuation within a clause.
Okay. Okay. So this looks right then. Do I need anything at the end of filtered? And if so, why?
Here, let me see the error. Okay, try save and hit you hit W tab and you didn't save.
Re.
Okay, go back over. Okay, well, you have a few typos. So first of all, new filtred. You forgot. So on
Huh.
line 131. So I would do true and then enter and a new and put like a new indent level there. And then you haven't defined new filtered. You're trying to call it as if it's a function. Are you trying to say new filtered is equal to that?
Okay, tough guy. Maybe I am. Duh. What in the flying fuck? Okay. No, that was right. What just happened? Oh, I'm gonna kill somebody. With somebody to kill me. All right. Do I have to declare it in the false case as well?
Yes, yes. So definitions do not extend outside the scope of the. Because if you think about it, when it gets to false, the code that's inside of true never got ran. It's as if that code never existed.
But will they know each other?
What do you mean?
Like if they're two separate things, like if I okay, so if it's true. Wait, I don't need to call new filtered in here at all. Wait, yes I do. No, I'm just doing the same thing. Okay, conditin.
Conditon, and then you also name labels or
What the
variable names or
fuck
whatever
did
are
I
case
do?
sensitive. Oh, you entered a state. Sometimes in Vim it just starts doing random shit, and you have to just hit escape a few times and see if that gets you out of it. So
Con-
new filtered with a lowercase f is not hit escape. New filtered with a lowercase f and new filtered with an uppercase f are different variables. There you go. If you just hit tilde, shift backtick, tilde, it will swap the case of the point under the cursor, of the character under the cursor. There you go.
Okay. Okay. Wait, what am I doing? I'm being a dumb head right now. This doesn't even need to be new filtered. It just needs to be filtered.
Yeah, because you're not. If it gets filtered out, that would be the way to think about false, is it's getting filtered out.
Right. Okay, now I'm done. Actually, there's errors on every single one of these lines. Okay. Okay. All right, now we test it.
Dude, the worst possible fucking feeling is when you write 200 lines of code and you go to compile it and there's no errors. Then you're just like, oh, fuck. Because I fucked up so bad that all of the errors canceled out and it appears like it works. That's the worst fucking sinking feeling in the world.
Is even. One, one,
There you
two,
go.
three, four, five, six. Yeah. Okay.
You need MILF colon filter.
Right. Right.
You okay, I'll let you figure out why this happened. As a hint, it's because Erlang is not a white space sensitive language. That's why you made the error. That is not what the error is.
So there does have to be something after filtered
Not quite.
here.
See, on line 130, you start a case statement, and it ends on line 137 with end. And I think you want end.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Ta-da. All right.
What do you need there?
I need a semicolon.
There you go. Good job.
Do I get a treat? Scratch on the back of the head?
Um,
Okay.
I can get one of those like clickers that you get at Petco for training dogs.
No. Okay. We got this.
136. Ah, yep. What's the error? So if you see syntax error before end, look at whatever non-white space, the first non-white space character before end,
What's wrong with this semicolon?
because there isn't a case following it. It
Oh,
might
so
be
it's
clearer if actually yeah, just yes, there you go. You save. You save.
this doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Okay.
It's
Okay.
because you syntax noob. All right, now try.
It reversed it. I don't think I meant to do that.
So, as a hint, why did I have you write reverse as one of the early arguments, or as one of the first exercises? It's because why would I do
It's
such a
about
thing?
pulling it onto a new list as opposed to. I reversed it here, didn't I? Yeah, I didn't need this.
No. You did that correctly. That's correct. What you This is a very common pattern in Erlang and with functional languages in general, is that if you're returning a list, you almost always build up the return value in reverse order, and then at the end, once you're done, you reverse it.
Oh, so I'm not done. Okay.
You could do just build it up in the correct order initially. That's totally cool. It's just in Erlang specifically, list colon reverse, the actual one, not the one that we wrote, but the actual one is very optimized. It's very fast. So this is just a common pattern. You build up, if you're returning a list, you almost always build the list in backward order and then reverse it when you're done.
Can I cheat and just pull a function that I had before?
Yes, that's why I had you write that as an exercise. You also could have,
Ah,
when you were writing any, you also could have written it using all, by the way.
what are you
I
talking
can show
about?
you. Here, no. Here, focus on this and let's make sure this works, and then I'll show you how you could have done that.
Wow, using a function I made before in a new function. Is this what programming is all about?
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like you break problems down into smaller problems and then solve the smaller problems and then compose your solution.
Wow.
Okay, cool. Have a cigarette.
I've been vaping the whole time.
Okay. Well,
One of the perks of living alone is you get to make the rules, and my rule is you can vape in the house at all
all right.
times, anywhere. Uh, but I will
You
take
would
a
have to
five
have a
minute breather
roommate.
though. What's that?
You'd have to have a roommate with like, a giant, not even a stick up their ass, like, a giant, industrial sized dildo up their
Well,
ass
it's
who would
I haven't had a roommate that hadn't let me vape in the house, but my stepmom hates it because like when I do vape in the house, like she can very clearly see like that some vape juice is settled in the room and she doesn't like breathing it in. Like when there's no airflow, it just sort of like sits there. Like you know how when you see like
Oh,
light
I
come
see.
through the
I could
curtain and like you see a bunch of dust particles,
I could see that.
you see just like a bunch of vape juice and she's like, "Well, now that I see it, I don't want to fucking like it's I don't want to
I
breathe all
could
that shit in."
I could understand. I mean, just buy an air filter then.
No.
That costs
Just
money.
you mean don't do things her way? That's crazy. How could you propose such an idea?
Or
That's
you buy an air
blasphemy.
filter.
Yeah.
Just buy one
Buy
and
an
put
air
it.
filter and then blow into it. That's a crazy
I have
solution
one.
for
If you look
rational
at my
people.
camera, I have one right over there.
You know, my
And
relationship with my stepmom has improved 50-fold ever since I moved out of her house. That's literally
yeah,
101% of our problems was just living together. So,
that can happen. Okay. I'm gonna send you the solution that I wrote for this in Discord.
okay. And what was this thing you sent to me previously in Discord? Framed up
Oh,
PDF?
that was my that was a writing of my subcontinental alter ego. Because you were mentioning the habit I have of quoting myself.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, condition case of item rest. New filtered equals case condition item of true. Oh, so you did do it the way I wanted to do it originally.
Yeah,
Wait a second, what did I do? Case
you
condition
did
of item true.
an item of the code we wrote is equivalent. It's just I wrote it in a slightly different way.
Oh, you wrote it more white, huh?
Yeah, that's just experience.
So how do we do it differently then? Item
I didn't.
rest. Okay, case list of item rest. That's the same. Case condition item of. Case condition item of true. Oh, I see. This is where it differs.
I did new filtered equals something, but
Ah, new
logically
filter equals
they're
case. I see.
yeah, and you did it, but it doesn't matter a whole lot.
Okay.
Here, I'm gonna write any and and I'm gonna show you how to do that.
Any seems so easy now.
Mm-hmm. I promise these are the reverse is going to seem like child's play by the end of this. Okay.
Opposite condition. What does fun? I don't know fun.
Fun. Well, you did that. Yeah, you do. You defined it when you were doing is even in the shell. In the look, scroll back up in the shell to when in the Erlang shell when you defined is even.
Oh, right.
That's
We
just how you
defined that at the
define
beginning. Okay.
functions in line.
Okay.
So that one is a little tricky because the way that I wrote it is tricky because it has a double negation, and I confused myself thinking about it, and so I'm like, I'm not going to tell Jeff to write it like that. Minus signs and like swapping orders of things is my Achilles heel. I can never keep track of that. I always fuck it up. So I just avoid that when I'm writing code.
Okay.
All right. All right.
No, you can't make me do more. I don't want to. Enumerate list. So you want me to turn letters into numbers?
Mm. So it returns. So those are called tuples in Erlang. Those in the curly braces.
Huh.
So basically, it returns for each item in the list. It has the place it is in the list, the index,
Mm-hmm.
combined with the item.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I don't want to do this. Okay.
You need Craig here to call you some colorful racial slurs. He was a drill sergeant in a past life. He's good at that.
Okay.
I just thought of a good.
List.
I thought of a good euphemism. Is you're packing parachutes right now?
Fuck parachutes. Just let me fall and die. Okay.
Oh, dude! I just found a YouTube channel with a skydiver who is. It's like testing $20 parachutes off of Amazon
What?
and like
No.
parachutes off of
No.
Temu.
No.
And well, like he has a real parachute on, and then he like with his hands like carries the Amazon parachute and deploys it, and like they always fucking break.
That's crazy. Why would you even sell something like that? There's got to be liabilities involved with that, right? Like,
No, because it all ships from China,
oh my God. Okay. Fair enough.
and Amazon's not liable for. They have safe harbor laws.
Okay. 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 So enumerate list one and then the enumerated list. Okay. List current index Oh, this is going to be annoying. I can already tell. Okay. Enumerate list. Enumerate list. Enumerate list. So we're given a list. We just have to append numbers.
I have to pee 1 minute.
Mm. Is there a for each function that's like native Erlang?
No. You could write one yourself if you really wanted to. But
Okay, fuck it. Um, give me a hint. Where do I even start?
Um,
So, like, I don't know
well,
anything about the.
so what do you not know about?
Okay, hold on.
It's case list of. That would be where I would start. And then I would split it into item item pipe to rest and empty list. And I would do empty list first because that's the simplest one. Or actually, well, it's up to you. So the thing that's different about this problem and the previous problem is well, number one, there's no condition, but also here you have two state variables that you have to update. So you're gonna have to update both of those because the index changes on each call, and the enumerated thing changes on each time you re-enter the function.
Yes, yes. That I have a solution for. It's just how do I enumerate things to begin with?
Well, okay. So what is going to be the enumerated item? So I would say enum item is equal to, what is that going to be? So item rest goes to, and then new and then enter.
I don't want
You
tab P.
you have to hit insert mode. That's the problem. Oh, you were hitting Control I. That was why. Tab P means previous tab.
Goes to
I would say this enum item is equal to what?
enummed item is equal to isn't it just a list?
It's not a. It's a tuple. So you'd want to bracket. There you go. All right, you got it. All right. This is the correct idea. You've missed some ant poop. Oh, yeah.
Excuse me. Rest. Is that what you mean by ant poop?
Yep.
Okay.
And then you gotta save. Um,
Okay.
I can tell you. Okay, try it. And then before you run it, I'm going to tell you exactly what line the error is going to be on.
Tell me exactly what line the error is going to be on.
159, but go.
No match of right-hand side value 2 and function enumerate 3.
On 159.
Okay, fine. You want to play these games with me? I can play these fucking games. There.
All right. All right. Now I don't think there's going to be an error, but it'll give you the wrong answer. But you'll be able to figure out what the correct answer is.
4, 3, 2, 1. Right. Okay. Reverse enumerated.
All right. You're getting it.
Ta-da!
All right.
So simple.
All right. See how much easier that was?
Yeah. I mean, I learned how to do what did you
Oh,
call these squiggly braces?
tuples.
Tuples. Yeah. Why?
You
Why?
think about
Why?
it's a couple, a triple, a quadruple, a
So
quintuple,
it
and
should
then
just
a
be a
sextuple.
oh, it
So in general, it's an n tuple. That's where the name comes from, tuple.
should be an intuple for integer tuple or xtuple for variable tuple. Whatever. Anyway, I digress.
They're called tuples.
Okay, well, the people who made those names didn't use all of their brain cells on naming. Okay, they should have hired someone else to do that. They're great coders, sure. Naming things is not the forte of coding languages. I'll tell you that right now. Anyway,
That is the hardest problem in programming is naming.
no, what are you talking about? The second, the third? So easy. Anyway,
Honestly, those names aren't terrible. Current index the second. All right.
append. Append list 1, 2 makes new list. Okay, list is a list, list is a list. You want me to append whatever. Return list 1 plus plus list 2, but don't use plus plus to write it. Oh, just pattern. But that's so easy. Okay. Okay. Append these two lists, but don't use the easy way out. Man, fuck. Okay. Right. Righto then. I should be using append. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. Um,
You can write it in one line. I wouldn't
yeah.
recommend doing that for your first try, but I'd recommend doing it the hard way your first try. But
Why can't I? What you just plus it? What are you talking about right now? It's so easy. You want me to break each list open? Is that what you want me to do?
do whatever you want.
Man, fuck all this shit. Okay.
What I will tell you is that you probably don't need to modify list 2 at all. But if you think about it, you're taking lists. So here's okay. I'm not going to give you a hint unless you ask. Before I forget, I'm going to send you my implementation of enumerate so you can see how someone with a high IQ does this.
Ta-da!
All right, let's.
Don't. Wait.
You forgot ant poop, so that's why it's not working right now. But this is definitely not going to work. But it's a good it's a
Thanks.
good
Thanks
it's
for
a
the
good
thanks for
idea.
the motivating factor here. I appreciate it. There, that's my ant poop. I'll have to write it, don't I? Oh, it's just returning the same error message. Okay. Well, let's take a look at this, shall we? Error 175. Syntax error before list 3.
You want a comma, not a semicolon. And then you need a period after list 3.
Why? You
Because
said
it's the end
comma
of the
was
function.
no, not the period, the
Comma means
comma.
comma means do this line, then do the next line. It's just a comma
What the fuck does
means sequence.
semicolon mean?
Semicolon means this is the end of this clause, and
Okay, it's
there's
this
another
is the end
clause.
of this clause. Oh, and there's another clause. Oh, of course. Okay. See, that last little bit in there is very important, Peter. All right. Okay. All right.
All right.
Append.
You need MILF colon append.
MILF colon append. It's a list of lists. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. Of course. Why would it be so easy? It's a function. Right. This makes sense.
Almost. So close, yet so far.
Why is he giving me a bunch of square braces?
because you just put list one, you prepended the entire list as the first element on the new list. So 1, 2, 3, that list is the first element of list 3. So you need to decompose list 1, go all the way to the end, get the last element, prepend that onto list 2, then get the second to last, then the third to last, then the fourth to last, and so on.
It should be this easy. Okay, fine,
So
fine.
as a hint, in Erlang, it's really easy to get the first item off the list, right?
Yes.
Getting the last item is tricky. So, is there a way to modify list 1 such that after you modify it, the last item of list 1 is the first item of the modified list?
In other words, what you're asking me to do is there a way to reverse the list?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fine. Fine, we'll do it your way. Don't fuck with me, Vim. Not today. Not in the mood.
Vim always fucks with you.
Comma or
Trying to,
semicolon? I don't know. I'm going to go with, it's probably wrong. I'm just going to stick with it for now and fix it later. Okay. Okay, fine, 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 fine. Where was I? Stop being fucking stupid. Who uses this crap anyway, man? Fuck. All right.
okay, so the way to think about it is comma and, okay, period and end are almost synonyms. End means I am the end of either a fun, a case, or an if. And comma and semicolon means the same thing as period or end, except for it says, and there's another clause. And comma just means do this, then do the next thing. There you go.
I don't know, man. Okay. Just shoot me. Okay. Okay, I'd love for this to be a recursive function, but I don't want it to reverse it each and every single time I run append. What in the flying fuck? Okay, I know this is going to give me an error. I'm just going to run with it anyway. Okay, yep. Fuck it. Shut up. Don't tell me anything. Okay. It's unbound. Is it now?
It's because you defined it on inside another case or inside a different clause. So it's invisible. Because, yeah, okay.
Wait a second. Would it then just be list 2? Motherfucker.
There
There.
you go.
Okay. Okay. Wait.
You're going to get so fucking frustrated, dude. It's going to be funny.
Three, two, one, 4, 5, 6. Three, two, one.
Because you just reversed list one and then discarded the result. You didn't.
Oh, so it has to lead into?
Well, you have to say something is equal to reverse of list one.
Oh. Would the realist one please stand up? I know that's horrible. What's it called? But we're running with it. And let me guess, I need a fucking comma here. Okay. 213. Yeah, okay. So I don't want it to reverse every single time it runs append. So do I need to make it? Oh, I know what I need to do. Do I know what I need to do? I'm going to try something here. This is going to be the most code you've ever seen in your life. Shut up. Naming is hard, man. Fuck. Okay, I don't really care. At this point, I'm fucking out of conscious thought to even give a shit about this. There, that's what you get out of me. Bring on the errors. Okay. Okay. That didn't fix anything. It's still fucking. Wait a second. Pendless 2. Okay, wait a second. Why? Why? Apples. Okay, so real list 1 is the reverse list 1, so it should be 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. We take the first item, which is 1. No, 3, 2, 1. The first item would be 3. And then we append that list to oranges, right? Okay. So now it's 3, 4, 5, 6. That's correct. And then append.
You're reversing the list twice, I think, is the problem.
Yeah, no,
So
it's because I need to do real append here. That's the solution. That's the magic juice. So I forgot to account for this. Okay.
I'm disappointed that it's called real append and not append junior or whatever stupid thing that you would normally call it.
There we go. Ta-da.
All right. I'm actually this is real like the fact that you figured all of this I was just playing a chess game. I wasn't paying any attention. The fact you figured all of this out on your own is very very good. Here, I'll show you mine and you're going to get really angry. All right.
Reverse, reverse. Lists 1, lists 2. How the fuck does that make any sense?
So you remember you're basically you take the first element, the first list, and you reverse it,
Hmm.
and then you're taking tip. You're basically taking items off of this one and putting them onto the so boom, 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 boom. You're taking items off the first list and prepending them onto the second list. That's already what reverse two does.
Oh.
So
Reverse 2.
yeah,
Oh.
if you look at reverse two and you look at your real append, you'll notice that they're the exact same function, probably.
They are the exact same function.
Yep. But it's not bad that you wrote it twice. That's actually good. And the reason that you were able to do that so quickly is because you wrote reverse two. So you subconsciously pattern matched it and are like, oh, I know how to do this, and then you didn't go, why do I know how to do this? But that's fine. All right, now append one. That's gonna be fun. We can skip that one if you're just gonna go fuck that. I put min and max in because those are pretty easy.
This is. I'm not one to back away from a challenge. Oh, this is all the same thing?
Min and max are going to be pretty easy. Those aren't hard.
Okay, I'm doing this one. Append list of lists, flat list. So you want me to turn a list of lists into one list?
Yes.
This should be easy.
I actually have to think about this.
Do I have to name it something different since I already have a function called append?
No, append with one item is different from append with two.
Oh, so multiple lists are one item?
Yes. So you have one argument, which is a list, and the list is multiple lists.
I see. Okay. Okay, League of Legends is not going to do it for me as far as a list 0f lists. Is that actually what I wrote? That's a capital O, right? Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
Zero
you
has a dot. Okay. Okie dokie. Yes, simple. Really simple.
okay. I already solved it, I think. Yep, I got it.
Aren't you special?
Yeah, I know. That's why I was able to solve it so quickly.
Do you want a gold star or a firm handshake?
No, well, that'd be nice to get some recognition at least.
List is a list. Rest is multiple lists. We don't care about that. We want to break down list into its components. Okay, that means we need another case.
I'm gonna go grab some more coffee. I'll be right back. Hi, sweetie. Hello. Are you obnoxious?
I fucking hate this so much. Okay.
I like that it's the second, and
It
not
is though. That's what makes the most sense. Okay. I'm gonna need a third in here, aren't I?
Your fucking function names, dude. Or your variable names.
Okay. No.
Hi, baby girl. You're so cute. Baby kitty. Oh, I need to take more of my ibuprofen. One sec. I wonder if this is how grandfathers feel when they throw their kid in the lake and just watch him drown.
Getting the hang of this. It's all coming together. Okay, so let's run it from the top. I get a list of lists. We reverse that. List of lists, the second is the reversed list, and then we can start appending from that.
Okay.
Then, once we reverse the lists, it doesn't matter because the variable name doesn't matter. Um, if there's a list at the beginning of that list, then we want to append that first. So we're going to reverse that list. So
Okay.
now we have the list. Hold up. I'm going to pen and paper this shit out.
All right.
Fuck the comments. We're going old school.
Yeah,
Okay.
old school. Well, I mean that's how I solve things usually is on pen and paper or a blackboard, but I don't even have floors right now, so a blackboard is a little out of my price range.
Then we reverse the first list of that new list of reverse lists. Then we append 3, that reverse list. And append 3 just takes the first item and appends it to the final list. So we do that for all of them. And then it will return appended list. So then appended list is the reverse. Okay. No, I've got this. So fuck me. Okay. So we reverse the lists and then we take the first list. We want to reverse that. No. That's why I named it the second. Okay. Trickier is an understatement. I'm doing this wrong. I just, So I'm stumped right now on how to get a return value for this append the third. I want it to return items, but I know I can't call it here because it won't be able to reach into this to get the value. And I know previously we had two arguments and I could have just changed one of the arguments. Maybe I change list of items. Oh, wait a second. Okay, but this is not going to help. So I'm just going to return list of items after this function changes it. Wait, but then it's just going to run forever. Unless append third runs append the third with two arguments. Yes, 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 of course, of course. Don't. Shut up. Don't even. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this myself.
Your attitude is good. Um,
I mean, yes, you got to declare return item, stupid. Why you declare it? Unless I declare it here. Return items is an empty list. And then list of items, return items. And then here, return items. Why do I get the feeling that's not going to work? Why the fuck am I making this way so... I have a list of items. What the fuck am I trying to do? I'm trying to reverse it. And I have a function for that. Fucking moron. Append 2. Why do I even need an append 3 then? If it's just going to revert. Okay, hold on. Before I make all of these decisions. Right, because the whole point of this is I'm appending them onto... Wait. Been at this for half a fucking hour. Oh my god. Okay.
That's how you learn.
Okay, so with that reverse list of lists... No. Mm. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Yep. Eureka moment. Okay. So append 3 runs append 3 with 2 arguments. List of items. An empty list. Empty lists will be called return items. Item, rest item, item, return items. Append 3. Now append 3 has to have two variables.
Mm.
And this needs to go to the tippy top. So how do we do that? Oh boy. Okay. Can I call? I'm gonna give it a shot. How do I get nothing to happen? Or just continue? I don't want it to return anything. I just want it to continue with the program.
Okay, well, let me.
Dissect my mess here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at your. I can understand the idea. I understand the initial idea you came up with, and then everything beyond that, I'm pretty lost. So I'm just trying to let me look at it. I, if I'm being honest, I've mostly been playing chess while you've been doing this.
That's fine.
Um, okay. Okay. So so case of lists the second. Okay.
Case of lists. Yes, sorry. Where are
Okay,
we at
case
right now?
lists 201.
Okay.
Okay, so let me start from the top. Okay, you got a list of lists.
Yes.
Okay, and then I assume the second argument to append is the actual final result, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so lists of lists. Okay, an append. Okay, lists of lists the second and return items. Where is list of lists defined? 196. Where is that? Where does lists of lists come from?
Lists of lists where this original one is the input.
On 196. Where that's not going to be in scope though. The only variables that are in scope are whatever is in the argument to the function. So the fact that there was a variable called list of lists somewhere upstream in the call chain, that is not going.
Okay,
It's
so
not.
that's just an error. Then that's just
Okay.
simply it's list of lists. The second is list of lists.
Okay. Okay. List of lists the second. So you're going to assert that the
Wait.
list of lists the second is equal to its own reversal.
Yeah.
So it
Okay.
must be either the empty list or a list containing only one element. Correct? Okay,
The,
reverse list the second. Okay. So you have your list of lists. You're going to reverse it.
yes, and
Okay.
then I'm going to call this function, which is going to take that first list of the reverse lists,
Okay.
and then we're going to reverse
Okay.
that so that it's that first
Wait,
the
wait, wait.
list of.
Back up. Pause. Pause.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many lines of code mine is?
I don't
Just
want to
just
know.
guess. Just guess.
It's going to be like 4 or something.
Two. Okay, it's
Okay.
two.
It's the
Okay.
previous functions. I get it. I'm writing them all out from scratch again.
Okay. Okay. Reverse
Bear
list.
with me.
Okay. So you're reversing your lists of lists. Okay, so you have the same list of lists in
Okay,
reverse
so
order.
so
That's
the
okay.
lists, if the lists themselves are labeled 1, 2, 3, this is going to reverse
It's
them
going to
to
be
three,
three,
two,
two,
one,
one.
and then that
Okay.
list of 3 is going to be 7, 8, 9. I want to turn that into 9, 8, 7.
Okay.
That's what I'm
I
doing here.
understand that. So you're
And
basically
then I
going
want to
each
take
of
each of
your.
those 9, 8, 7 and return it to this very top variable here.
Okay, you're going through each list. So
Yes.
basically you're taking the okay. I understand the core idea. I figured that out 35 minutes ago, which is that you're going to take the list of lists, the outer list, you're going to reverse it, and then you're going to reverse each inner list, and
Yes.
then take each item in that and basically prepend it onto an accumulator, and then
Yes.
at the end
You
return
get
all of
it.
that. I understood. I figured out that idea. Um, okay, so let me reason my way through this nightmare that you've written. Okay,
Delicious code.
all right. Bro, can you stop with the goddamn racial slurs? Because every time you do that, I have to, I have to, go in to the.
Oh, you want me to stop the nomenclature that you yourself instilled within me? Yeah, my bad. Excuse me.
Well, no, it's because you live in Nazi Canada,
Mm-hmm.
and so I go through and I edit out every time you use a racial slur because I don't want you to get into legal trouble, and I hate editing videos. Okay, so cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. Okay,
Okay.
all right. Uh, you don't even understand that reference. Um,
Terry Davis, what are you talking about?
no, the cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
No, I don't.
It's American Psycho.
Okay.
Um, anyway, it's a it's so hard to explain. It's basically okay. The original book is it's really really good. It's a gay man parodying masculinity, and
Hmm.
then it was adapted into a movie by this woman who was this like psycho feminist who like hated men, and she like made the most extreme like insane parody of men that you could imagine, and she cast Christian Bale as the main character, and then it's like really 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 good, but it's one of these things where it's like the parody is so extreme that it's like actually just unironically good.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like reverse pose law. Um, anyway, and so one of Patrick Bateman's lines, Patrick Bateman is Christian Bale's character,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Let's see
is
Paul Allen's card.
yeah. He basically anyway he's at some dinner and he goes cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks, and then like later that night he's like murdering his assistant with a chainsaw.
I was
Uh,
literally about to make an American Psycho joke to you earlier when you're like, I wrote it in one line. I'm like, yeah, let's see Paul Allen's code, huh? Like me and my buddies used to do that all the time whenever it would like just randomly
there,
pop
it's
up.
funny. There's a different guy named Paul Allen who was one of the co-founders of Microsoft.
Oh, really?
Um, yeah. Anyway, so aug append of list and
OG.
return.
I just can't do capital letters, but OG append.
Aug append of
Okay.
lists the second and return items. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to reverse the outer list,
Yes. Outer
and
list.
then okay, and then you're calling append the second on the reversed outer list. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and what append the second is going to do is it's going to reverse each of the inner lists, right?
You got it.
Okay.
And append the
So,
third takes those items in each of those reversed inner lists and posts it to return items, which is supposed to
okay.
be OG appends.
Okay. So my question on line 197.
Okay. 197.
So
Yes.
you have return. So the way that your function is going to behave, you're calling append the second on reversed lists of lists the second,
Mm-hmm.
and then just returning return items. So no matter what, this is just going to return the empty list because that's what you're calling into it with, right?
No, but I wanted to, but I'm changing return items in append the third.
How?
Return items
Because
equals
it's
the
not
item appended onto return items.
okay, but it's not in okay, so here's the thing. You defined return items on 195, right?
Yes. I figured if it was
And
in a
then
parent
downward
function, then it
da-
would return.
no,
Oh,
no,
fuck.
that's not
Okay.
how. No, no. So anything
Well, then
that
this makes no
okay,
sense.
okay, okay. Yes, I know. I'm aware of that. I can read your code. I know it doesn't make any sense. Okay. So here's the thing.
How do I get
Okay,
append
okay,
three's return values to return the top function? That's all I
okay,
want to know.
okay, okay. So here's the rule to keep in mind. The only variables that are in scope are those that are arguments to the function that you're currently in.
Or within the case, yes. I guess case
Okay?
counts as a function. Okay, yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
so if you want so what is append the second is returning. I'm so confused. Okay. Okay, so first thing let's do is fix your syntax errors and then let's try to compile it, okay?
No, I don't want to compile. I know it's not going to work, so why would I
Okay,
compile it?
but let's fix your syntax errors and then compile it so it at least compiles, and then we'll try each of these functions individually so that we can figure out what they're supposed to do. Okay?
Okay, okay, fine.
Okay, so first
Ugh.
thing on line 197, you need to add a
197. I'll add a
comma at the
comma.
end, and you
Mm-hmm.
need to add a period at the end of line 198.
Okay.
You need to add an arrow at the end of line 200.
Okie doke.
Okay, and then you need to indent lines 203 through 205.
I don't think I need to do that, but I'm going to do it anyway.
You don't need to do that, but you should do it because Uncle Terry said so.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you need to add semicolons at the end of lines 203 and 200 or correction, you need to add commas at the end of lines 203 and 204. Then you need to add a semicolon at the end of line 205.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then on line 207, empty list needs to go to something. It doesn't matter.
Yes,
Just put
I want it to
none.
go to nothing. None?
Okay. Okay, let's just say none. Okay, that works.
Yes, that's what
Okay.
I didn't know none was a
Now,
thing. None. Got
okay,
it.
cool. Okay, now let's go to append the third.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You need to add a comma at the end of line 213, and then a semicolon at the end of that line. Okay. Okay, now this should at least compile. Now save it and let's try to load it.
This is not going to fucking work, but okay.
It's not going to even come close to working. Okay. Okay. Forget
Oh,
about the warning. Okay,
that's a
wait,
lot of
scroll down.
errors.
Oh, wait, so there's an error. Okay, scroll down or scroll
This
up, correction.
is
Oh, wait, okay. So
These are all
let's look at,
errors.
yeah, well, okay, scroll. Okay, back up. Okay, let's go back to Vim.
Okay.
You're in line 210 and
Mm.
append the third of list of items. And then you're
Mm-hmm.
doing case list of items the second, and that is not in scope. So,
Sure.
so let's
Some of these
just,
I
okay,
haven't cleaned it up yet, like
okay, okay. And then you're calling append the third with two
yes.
arguments, and there's no append the third that takes two arguments. So
Or am I calling append the third with two arguments?
214, line 214.
Damn it. Okay, yeah, no, this was old code.
Okay.
Hello. Okay, there we go.
Okay, cool. Okay, why are you defining return items and then never using it? And then return items is defined in terms of itself.
What are you talking about? I do call it
On
down here
two
in
on
append 3.
213,
Yes, return
return
items is
items.
meant to call this return items up here.
Okay, but that's okay. So if you want that to be in scope, you have to
Hmm.
pass it down the call chain as an argument somewhere.
What? All the way down?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. If you think
I,
about it,
okay.
an ordinary function in Erlang that is in like some library, what you cannot have is the situation where I call a variable x, and because 300 layers up the call chain, somebody else defined a variable called x. Now my x assertion doesn't work. So variables are scoped inside the function.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. So aug append of list of items a second and return items. Okay. Append the
This
second.
is not going to work. I already know. Okay, yeah.
All right, I understand that. So append the second, you need to call it with reverse lists of lists the second and return items.
Appended. Where do you see this?
197. That was a reasonable assumption to make. It's just not true. It's not
Of
correct.
course it's not. Yeah, okay.
Okay. And on append the second. Okay. Okay. Do me a favor.
Hmm.
Hit go to the beginning. Okay, hit escape. Go to the very beginning of the file, hit GG. Okay. Um, on line 3, make a new line below that. Do minus compile and open round, open square, export underscore all. And okay, that'll work, period. Okay, because we're going to want to test each of these internal functions individually, okay?
Okie
Then
dokie.
save. Save. Okay, go back down to your nightmare of insane garbage.
This is a work of art, I'll have you know.
I mean, you know what? I guess Yoko Ono is technically an artist. So,
This
have you
is
seen her?
an hour
Have you
of my
seen?
work, and you dare just fuck, my thumb is still cut. Yeah, sorry,
I'm
continue.
sorry. You seen Yoko Ono's like exhibits in art museums?
No.
There's one where she is just like in an art museum and she has like a microphone and like a tube amp and she's just screaming into the microphone, like not even saying anything. She's just going, ah! That's like her art exhibit.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
psycho.
Fair
Okay.
enough. Okay, my computer is doing something in the background. I don't know what it's doing, but we're just gonna leave it.
It's uploading all your porn preferences to the FBI or the Canadian FBI.
Well, they can look at my porn preferences. Maybe they'll do something about it, huh? Maybe they'll make more of it.
The FBI.
What are they? The our FBI is called the RCMP. Do you want to know what that stands for?
Um,
The Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
oh, I mean, I knew that. I thought there was going to be a joke.
No. No. No.
I
Okay.
think it's fun. They're the people who still wear red coats and ride around on horses, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
Although in
they're
a lot of their
supposed to be
pictures they
like,
ride around on mooses. What's up?
and they're like the Canadian version of the FBI, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
The FBI, the people who like, the people who killed JFK. Okay.
Yeah.
The RCMP. Okay. And okay. I think it's so cute that Canada thinks it's a real country.
That's fucking funny. Yeah. Anyway,
Anyway, so back to this nightmare. The
we
fuck
do
is
we do some things really well.
Greg would just be,
We're not going
I
to tell
don't,
Craig about this.
Oh no, I've been sending him screenshots this whole time. Don't worry.
No.
Um, okay, so I'm extremely confused. Okay, let's try compiling it again and see what happens.
Let's try the same thing over and over again and expect a different result.
Okay, so rest lists is okay, so oh, actually go back to line 4. Okay, and add comma no warn export all inside that list. Underscore export underscore all. Because I just and we'll comment that out once we've once we've unfucked your nightmare. Okay, and then save, and then we'll compile.
Yeah, throw
Hi.
me into the water and then say that's not that you're such a shit swimmer, bro.
Yeah, yeah,
Your swimming is
yeah,
a nightmare. Some parent
yeah.
you are.
You were Yeah, throw you into the water and go. Why are you swimming like a faggot?
Edit that out. Edit that out. Oh wait, no, I'm the only one who can't swear. Okay, my bad.
Well, no, you. I mean, you can't. I'm doing that for your benefit, dude. I don't want you to get.
Okay, so I have to go
I
work at a
mean, as
fucking
much
Baskin Robbins after this, and they're like, "Yeah, we
as funny
we
as
pulled up your
well. No,
files."
well, I would be. I mean, I'm not worried about your career. I don't give a shit about that. I'm more worried about you like going to jail. I don't know what the laws are in Canada because, but they're
I'm
kind of
in my own
nuts.
private domicile. I won't be harassed.
I mean, I don't think well, in the UK is totally insane. Dude,
Yeah.
Australia, dude, Jarvis is in like such deep shit. Poor guy. Dude, he's
It's
in
okay. I'm of the firm belief that within the next 10 years, I'm going to be an American. So, like,
um
we're going to be taken over.
oh yeah, 100% Canada's getting annexed, and we are going to enslave the French Canadians.
That's
Um
fine. I just hope I get over to Calgary before that happens. If I'm staying in
yeah, I
Canada, I
mean
got to get over there.
yeah, I mean definitely if I could if there was the means to, I would definitely hire you here and sponsor your visa. But I don't know. Oh,
There's
hi.
like stipulations to that. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, and because of the fucking Jeets, now there's a huge fee for
It's
that.
okay. I'm just gonna get rich off Gaju, and then we're gonna buy the gold visa for $1 million,
Just
and then
buy Canada.
yeah, oh, genius.
Or you know what you do? You know what you do? You move to Greenland,
Mm.
and then the US is, I mean, we're going to definitely either take Greenland from the Danish or just buy it.
Yeah, and then
Um,
guess what happens? Canada will be smack in the middle of three U.S. territories. So
yeah, I mean, Canada is functionally a US territory. Hey,
careful who you say that to.
well, I mean, am I wrong?
Financially, always has been, but then again, so is Japan and like half of the EU. So
I mean, I think when Canada was when did Canada didn't like actually functionally get its independence until like 1960, right?
until after World War II, yeah.
Um, and so before that, I
Constitutional
think
monarchy, functional democracy. The
I
Queen
think
technically owns
before
all our land.
yeah, but the Queen also technically owns Jamaica and like
Oh, I keep saying the Queen. I guess it's the King now.
the King. Okay. Well, he might as well be the Queen. Um,
All
anyway,
right.
okay, let's try compiling this again
We didn't
and see
change
what happens.
anything. We
Oh, we
got all
changed
the.
it to no. Okay. Okay, scroll up to the first warning.
OG append, list of lists, syntax error before OG append.
Oh, you forgot a period on 194.
Ah. Rat poop, I can handle rat poop errors. Okay. Next error. Append 1 is undefined.
Okay, spec. Okay.
Append
No, no, no.
1.
Well, because it's undefined because you forgot the period.
Ah, I see.
So,
Okay.
so all the errors are going to be downstream of that. So just recompile again.
Okie doke. Okay. Reverse list of lists 2. Syntax error.
197. Oh, you forgot an arrow on 196. Okay, let's try again.
Oh.
Okay, you only got two errors.
Function appends the third. 1 is undefined.
Because you're calling. Okay, so on 205, you're calling append the third with one argument, and append the third takes two arguments. So
Okay.
you probably want to call it with return items.
Variable rest
Okay,
lists is unused. Where's rest lists?
on
203.
203. So you're
Ah, okay. It's not appended list. It's rest lists. That's a silly mistake by me, actually. Okay, thank you.
but now appended list is going to be unused. Okay.
Okay, so then we don't declare it as a variable, we just run the function.
Okay, so you're just going to discard the result of append the third.
I hate you sometimes. Okay.
This is what it's like dealing with my wife. Is I just point out something that's logical and why do you hate me?
I hate the version of you that's always right. Can we talk about finance? Appended list. Okay, fair enough.
Maybe you want that. Okay.
No, shut up. Let me think about this. Appended list equals append the third. Ready to append list. Okay.
You probably want that to be the second argument on line 206, if I had to guess. But I am completely lost as to what anything does here.
You know what? We're going to go with that. And we're going to see what the fuck happens.
I can already tell you you're going to get an infinite loop on line 214. Or actually, you have return items. You probably want that to be new return items.
Okay.
And then on line 215, you want that to be new return items.
Renew new return items.
Okay, and then on line 216, you probably want to return items.
I do want to return items.
Okay,
Oh, that
let's
means
try
it
append.
works. Okay.
Okay, let's try append the third. So we're going to start with the innermost function call. Append the third. It's MILF colon append the third.
You're a MILF. Append the third. Okay.
Okay, now let's just try it with empty list and see what happens. Okay, let's try it with empty list and 1, 2, 3. Okay, now let's try it with ABC and 1, 2, 3.
Well, that's not within the parameters of the scope.
Or A comma B comma, yeah. Okay,
CBA123.
so append the third is equivalent to reverse 2, right?
Yes, I figured I'd have to reverse return items at the end. Okay.
So I would just delete all of append the third and replace your append the third call with reverse 2. And then that way you have fewer things to think about. Or just leave it. You know what, fuck it, let's just leave it. Append the third is equivalent to reverse 2. Okay.
Okay.
So append the third is, or you can just call append with no. Okay, append the third. I get it. Okay. So append the third takes one
Yes.
list, takes a non-reversed inner list and the reversed
No, it takes
accumulator.
a reversed list. It takes a reversed inner list. Though, okay, so append the third won't make any sense unless I can return it to return items.
Okay,
Like
okay.
at the start. Like I want if I can't return append the third to this right here, then it's pointless.
Well, you can, but you're going to have to be creative about making sure that at every level of the call chain, whenever it gets something that bubbled up from append the third, it gets passed up.
Okay.
Okay, so append the third is equivalent to reverse 2, right?
Sure.
Is that not what you meant for it to do?
I mean, I guess. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Append the second. Okay, let's go to append the second. Okay, so maybe add a comment on line above line 211 and say append the third is equivalent to reverse 2. Reverse slash 2. Okay. Okay. So, and append. Okay, append the third or append the second. Okay. So append the second takes the
It
reversed
takes.
list,
Yes.
lists of lists
Mm-hmm.
and the accumulated result. And okay, 1 second, I have to pee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. Append the second takes lists of lists. The second.
No, well, it takes reverse lists of list the second, but yes, and for the purposes of this, it takes. Listen, okay, it was really hard when I was mapping this all out in my head.
I understand, dude. I've been there. Okay, believe me. It's just
Yeah, no, I've got the greatest function names.
okay. It takes okay. So list of lists, the second is either a
Mm-hmm.
list prependent onto the rest of the lists. Then it reverses the inner list.
Mm-hmm.
1 second, my screen. Okay. Then okay, it reverses the list and then calls reverse 2 on the reversed list and the return. Okay.
On the rest of the lists, yes.
Okay, that looks totally reasonable. Lines 203 through 206. 208, instead of going to none, you probably want that to just be return items.
Again, okay.
Yes. Okay, cool.
But this is wrong return. This isn't what return 3 was supposed to return.
Huh?
I guess it was. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. That's good. That's good.
Okay.
That's
Okay. Now, no, let's okay. Let's save and let's try out append the second. Okay. Append the second on the list of lists A, B, C, D, E, on list A, B, C, list D, E, F, list G, E, H, or G, whatever the next letters are, H, I, A, comma, B, comma, C. So, no. Back up. Two open braces, or two open squares, sorry. A, comma, B, comma, C, close square, comma, D, E, F, and then G, H, I. Hi. Hey. Okay, well, you need to call it with return items. So let's just call it with empty list. So you need a second argument. No, that was fine. Okay.
where'd it
Just
go?
just hit Control C, or okay, whatever. Just this is fine. Just type it in again, and then after the second closed square, type in comma empty list. Close square, comma open square, close square. No, not there. You go. Good boy. Okay, I see. So, okay, this is almost what you want. And okay. So I see a way to fix this. I see a way
Mm-hmm.
to get a second to behave the way that you want.
Okay.
So first thing I would do you want me to tell you, or do you want to figure it out?
Let me figure it out. Why the fuck not? I'm having so much
Okay.
fun. Why would I take that away from myself?
I'm having so much fucking fun. Don't you see how much fucking fun I'm having, bro? It's the most fun I've ever had in my life. This is like when I tried to quit smoking for the 18th time.
I don't need this, do I?
You do not. That's correct. You do need a reverse call. It's just not there.
Okay.
Okay. Well, RTA list is no longer defined. So what are you going to send for the first argument for append the second? Okay. There you go. Okay.
I think my head's starting to hurt a little bit, but okay, we're gonna run
All
with
right.
this.
Okay, cool. Now what do you need?
Now, what do I need?
Well, so you're getting the outcome of append the second is the reverse of what you want. So what do you want? There you go.
I figured
That,
that when I finally reversed return items, it would be the end of my struggles.
yes. You should write a book about your struggle.
A stupid man's guide to coding.
Yes. That's also the title of Craig Cannon's autobiography. Okay, cool. So I don't know why you need aug append, but append just on line 193
Hmm.
you should be able to just call in to append the second, right?
Oh, because this is what did the reverse, so I didn't need to do reverse return items. Whatever. So what are
Oh,
you
I see.
saying? This is where I put that reverse. Reverse the list initially. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you need that. I think you can just delete aug append entirely.
So if I don't need aug append, and I don't need append, I just need append the second.
Yeah. Well, you need append the spec says so you okay, go hit undo a couple times. Okay. So delete aug append entirely. 196 to 199. Okay, and then can you change 194 so that it'll return the correct result?
Oh, I'm gonna kill somebody. Like that?
Where is return items defined?
Everywhere else.
Okay, so what should the initial value of return items be?
Empty list.
There you go.
What the fuck?
All right, and then what did you forget?
Period.
You sound like a school child getting scolded for like
That's what I feel
pouring
like right
milk on.
now.
Okay. Okay, now try append the first. Or append, sorry, just append with. There we go.
No, why are there braces there?
Okay, well, that's a good question. Oh, the reason is because you called append, you called append
Oh,
2.
I'm calling. No, I called append with two arguments.
Yeah,
Supposed to be
that's
one
what I meant.
argument. Ta-da.
Ta-da.
Okay.
Okay. All right. You ready for my solution?
No, spare me. Let's see Paul Allen's solution.
I'm Paul Allen.
Okay. You're the American Psycho? All right. I haven't eaten yet today. I'm debating whether to order something or cook something. I might have to cook the chicken in my fridge or else it's all going to go to waste because I actually didn't end up cutting it up, so I just stuck it in the fridge for 24 hours.
Okay, that's
It's
probably
been
fine.
it's been 24 hours, so I need to eat that.
You're
And
gonna lose your mind.
append one rest leads to append one append rest. Append empty array leads to empty. How does that work? How does that make sense at all?
So the way to think of append is put plus pluses between each of the items in the list. So append 2 puts plus plus between the two arguments. So this says if I have one list, if I have, an empty list of lists, then I'm returning empty lists of lists, an empty outer list. If I have a non-empty outer list, I'm going to take that plus plus the result of putting plus pluses between the remainder of the outer list. I don't think that you're going to have the stamina to get all the way to the end of this. Sounds like you're getting a little frustrated. But at
What are
the
you
end of
talking
this,
about? I'm perfectly capable of beating
okay,
my head
cool.
against this. Wait, how
Let's do
much
min
more is
and max.
there? Oh my
There's
god.
not too much
Okay.
more. Okay, the rest of these are much easier than that one. Okay, that one is except for the very last one, but the very last one is going to be like a. Okay, there's no way you're going to get it, but
Thanks. Thank you for the vote of confidence.
no, you're totally you're totally you got it, bud.
Hmm.
Um, okay, min shouldn't be too hard. Okay, these two are like break problems. Okay, these are going to be easy shit for you.
Return the first element in the list, which is less than every other item in the list. I don't have the stamina for this. You're absolutely right. Okay. I'm gonna give it my old college try though. So why is this defined as a variable? Why is it blue?
Oh, because there's a built-in function called min, so you can't min with two arguments is a built-in function. So for me,
Okay.
I called it min the second, but I just used two i's for min.
So I should put in an I.
Not for min one, but you can if you want. It's up to you.
Okie doke.
If you were doing min/2, min/1 is not a built-in function, but min/2 is.
Min. Okay. Um give this the old college try.
Hi.
No. Yes. No. Earthling. Okay. So I need a way to get X there initially.
Hi.
Mm-hmm. 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 Can I declare a variable like min element equals int? Is that a thing?
I don't know what you're trying to do. Sweetie, I gotta move the microphone.
I want to make min elements an undefined variable or an undefined integer.
Mm, it's not necessarily going to be an integer.
Okay, then an undefined variable. What do you
Okay,
mean it's not
so
going to
here,
be? What do you mean it's not going to be an integer?
so here's the way to think about it. What is the minimum of an empty? Hey, all right, you're done. Enough. Out.
What is the minimum integer?
No, what's the minimum of an empty list?
There is no minimum because the list is empty.
Right. So you should throw an error. So you should case split on the list and throw a minimum and throw an error when you get an empty list. Error. Oh, you need to open paren, and then my error is u underscore fat in mine.
Okay.
And then fucking cat scratched the shit out of me and then swatted me in the face.
Okay, but I
Bitch.
wanted to. It was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you need what you want is a working minimum to compare whatever item you're looking at.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
And what's a good starting point for that?
The first.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I see. So if it's. Wait, no.
No, you got it.
Right, there's this. But then my immediate thought is that I want to declare x to the min number, but I can't do that because there is no min. Oh, wait a second. So I do case
No,
for.
no, 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 no. You call min min or min the second or whatever.
I call min the second.
Because you've got to have a min that keeps track of what is my current minimum argument, and then goes and kind of goes through the rest of the list and sees.
If I didn't just spend all my brain power trying to fucking put that last one together, I'd be more than willing to jump into another function right now. Okay, fine. Min the second.
And it's going to take two arguments. One of them is the current minimum, and then the list. Okay.
Okay.
Then you case split on the list.
Okay. But current min is undefined at this point in the function. Oh no,
Right.
but
So
we do
you
we
define it when you call the function.
right. Okay, so it's not x, right?
It is x because that's, as far as you know, that's the first element in the list. So as far as you know, that's the minimum. That's the lowest element that you've seen so far is x. It's the smallest element you've seen.
Okay. Okay. All right. But wouldn't I just be taking uh, wouldn't I just be declaring x as current min each time I run this? So if I plug in rest, then it'll do x rest and it'll just be like, oh yes, the current min is now x, which is would be like the second and then the third and then the fourth, right?
Well, no, because you're not calling back into min/1. Min/1 only gets called once. It's not called recursively.
Oh, okay. Case lists of, well, there can't be nothing because we're already going to get a UFAT. So case list of,
Well, you're going to call min the second recursively. So
okay,
to
we'll do
clarify, on line 237, what might be a little easier is if you call min the second on x and rest.
not X in list.
Both of them would be correct technically, but I would call on mine, I called it with x and rest.
Case list of,
So we got to the end of the list, and as far as we know, the smallest item we've seen is current min. So what is the minimum?
X.
Given that, there we go.
Okay.
Well, it's current min because x isn't in scope.
You want to get all technical on me? Okay. Case list of, case list of, if the list, which is rest, okay. So then we're going to take this and we're going to call it Y. Rest the second.
You don't need to call it rest the second, but you
Right,
can
because
if
it's
you
not in
want.
scope, but it's,
Okay, it's easier
yeah.
for you with your.
No, it's got to compare. Is there another case?
Yeah, sure. And what are you checking?
Case Y
What are you
of
checking? What are you checking about y?
whether Y is less than current min.
So for this, you would either want case y less than current min of, or an
Hmm.
if.
I was trying to avoid if because you said those are bad.
Yeah, if is low class. This is so y less than current min. That's either going to be true or false, right?
Hmm.
Because it's a Boolean check.
True equals, right? Or
Not
true
equals.
leads to
Leads to, yeah.
current min is now equal to y. And if it's false, nothing. Oh no. Min the second of current min. Wait, no. Ah, yes. 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 Shut up. Min the second of. And then we also need to put that in here. C'est bien?
That is very much not bien, but I understand what you're trying to say. It's just you don't know the language. What you're trying the let me phrase, how do I phrase this? The logic that you worked out is correct. It's just that the manner in which you have expressed it is not valid, Erlang. First of all, we don't have you can't we have single assignment. So you can't reassign current min. The only way to reassign current min is to call the function again with a different value of current min. There we go. That's good.
Now my
And
rat
then,
poop, right?
yeah, you need your rat poop. And then after of, you don't need the arrow. And you do need end at the end of your case. And you need semicolons between your disjoint cases.
Okay.
You need a comma there.
Nothing here, right?
You need a semicolon there. And then you need and then you need to delete the arrow on 243. And then on 236, you need a semicolon. All right, and that I think will work. I think that'll work. Try it. You on 241, you forgot an arrow at the end of 240. and then that should work.
Okay.
You need to give it a. You need to send a list, not. There you go. All right.
What the fuck am I doing? Okay.
Okay. Now, given that you've done min, max should be pretty easy, and then that should I mean, and then we could do more if you really, really wanted to, but I would like you to try to do. I mean, let me look. Okay. I think that partition is doable. That's the one after max. Partition shouldn't be too hard if you recognize that you can do it in terms of other things you've already done. If
How
you
do I
don't,
copy?
then
It's Y.
Y. That's
And
correct
then
for
the
yang.
paste is
P. Well, you
delete.
already.
Right. Okay. There.
Try it. I can already tell you there's going to be an error. What's your error? You made a logical error. So the fact that it didn't error doesn't means that you made a logical mistake, or not a logical mistake. You forgot to change something. No, that part's correct. The line after that, 274, is where your error is, and 275. There you go. All right. Are you out of gas?
Never out of gas.
All right. Let's do partition then. Or it's not two tuples. It's a two tuple. Sorry. Return a couple.
Okay, you know what? I lied. I'm not even going to begin to
Yeah,
get
let's
into
do,
this
let's do
right
that
now.
next week. Let's do that next week.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. This has
How'd
been
I
good.
do,
We've been going
Chief?
for you made a ton of progress. I know it doesn't feel like it, but like you are so much better now than you were like 3 or 4 hours ago. So this has been very good.
Okay. Okay. I
All
just
right.
hope I don't
So
forget it all by next week and then have to
Well, you'll forget some of it, but so with Craig and Jarvis next week, let's try to do the rest of these exercises.
Oh boy.
Here, I'll send you my implementations of min and max, just so that you can see them for see how much smarter I am.
Okay. And you've been
Um,
sending these to Craig, man? Ugh, what's he saying? Like, haha, dumbass.
he hasn't said anything because he isn't there.
Oh,
Oh,
I see.
oh,
Oh, he's asleep.
apparently I sent it again. 1 second. Come on.
Oh, I just named it Min the second. You named it Min.
Me, it's M the second N.
There you go.
All right. This has been good. Yeah. So at some point, I don't know exactly when, but we will get to code that's actually fun. Um, I'm trying to think. You could so like what's like something. Have you ever like gone, oh, I really wish I could program X, Y, and Z?
Yeah, I
Because
really
if
wish
if
I
you
could program a global resource layer for the world to use.
okay, well, I don't I think that might be that's not too lofty of an eventual goal, but I'm thinking of something that, like tic-tac-toe or like, I don't
Oh,
know, something that is, a fun project that is not terribly complicated that
tic-tac-toe
and then
sounds so reasonable. Let's do
okay.
tic-tac-toe.
Okay, we could probably do that. Let's get through the rest of these exercises next time, and then it shouldn't be too long because you're going to sleep on this, and then
Mm-hmm.
you're going to, and then like, okay, I promise these sessions where you're like bending your brain and are just like, oh my God, I feel like I'm so stupid. These are the most valuable ones because then you're going to wake up tomorrow or on Tuesday and you're going to be like, oh shit, this is so easy. Um, so tic tac toe is not going to be that hard. That's definitely doable. I'm trying to think. Okay, so we could probably get to that on Tuesday, assuming Craig doesn't distract us. So
All right. Well, I mean, Craig's distractions, I mean, like, I'm trying to learn through osmosis on that. So,
yeah, all right. I'll see you. I guess we'll see you on Tuesday. All right, see ya. Bye.